Hello everyone, good. It is now afternoon. 12 minutes here, 12 o'clock here at Old Buckenham. Thank you for joining us for another live stream. Really nice to see so many of you in the chat already. Monty saying he really enjoyed the Fairford one, and yeah, we're expecting more of the same today. A little bit less heavy metal action, but lots of variety in the flying display from Old Buckenham today. If you tuned in last year, you'll understand why we're back again. It's a really action-packed flying display and a real mix, as I say. Got two Hurricanes parked up in front of them, one of which is a little poorly at the moment, so won't be joining us in the flying display today. But and a queue of all sorts of bits and pieces over there. Beaver, the sort of Stork lookalike, which performed a lovely dogfight with the Cub that it sat next to last year. Harvard's. And a yellow thing with a nice old tail. What is that? If you can see it over my shoulder, maybe you can tell me. Yes, thank you for joining. Lovely to see Connor and Chris joining us. Always helpful moderating the chat, as ever. Thank you so much, Chris. And don't feel like you have to, you know. We're very grateful for any support you can give. Just a team of two here at Old Buckenham. That's myself and Adam, who's going to be on camera, but he's making sure I'm not getting myself into any trouble in this intro at the moment. Thank you, Adam. It's not enough people to do the sort of broadcast that we like to do. Bear with us if we trip up over any cables and ruin the whole thing for you, but you know, we're hopefully doing all right job for you. If you watched the Headcorn show, that was a two-man job as well, and we muddled through. It was a good show. Gary saying, hi Plains TV, I hope you're doing well. I have never been to Old Buckenham Airshow. You should come, Gary. There's a lovely crowd set up here. I'm hoping to bring wife and kids here tomorrow for the fun of the fair as well. I've promised them some candy floss. I'll find some donuts. Oh, need some lunch. You'll hear speakers popping in the background. I'm not going to be commentating through the flying display. Got Ken Ellis here who's going to commentate through the flying display, and of course Falcons providing their own, and maybe we'll get a word from Typhoon guys, I'm not sure. But yeah, my job during the flying display will be on camera, pointing it in the general direction of aeroplanes. Monty spotted two Hurricanes. Yes, there are two Hurricanes. One of them's poorly, I'm sad to say. John updating me on the Buccaneer guys. Thank you so much. Always good to hear from you, John. Thank you. And Matty saying, hello folks, I'll be watching this video later. Yes, you can catch up on demand, and it's a nice opportunity for me to mention little Cessna taking off our on-demand platform. So we do these free TV streams through YouTube as much as we possibly can do. They're not revenue generators, ladies and gents. So it's we do have our own subscription platform, which we put Air Tattoo, the live broadcast of that, through, and we'll be releasing a programme of the Royal International Air Tattoo in a month or two's time, and we'll also have the Duxford September show going out on that. So if you are at all interested in tuning into, you know, all of our back catalogue of stuff and future pay-to-view live streams, that's at watch.planestv.com. That's really why we do the free ones too. Well, it's to keep it us occupied and entertained, and we love coming out to shows like this. But it's that really pays the bills, if you like. So if you enjoy what we do and you'd like to support, sign up there. And of course it gives you access to our back catalogue, which stretches back 30 years, and our future pay-to-view live streams as well. To kick things off, a little extra going off. I don't know whether he's doing pleasure fly. It seems to, yeah, someone in the front there. So Gary, if you do ever come along, you have to book a ticket for a front seat and an extra. Whoa, that was a pretty serious takeoff. No, thank you. John saying, you're doing great. Peace. Thank you. That's some camera. That is a bit of a monstrosity at the moment, I'll be honest, because I'm live mixing and I'm monitoring the mix of the broadcast as well. So yeah, far too much going on here, and in a minute it'll be doing its main job, which is bringing you hopefully vaguely nice pictures of aeroplanes. And Les saying, afternoon, hope it's as good as last year. Me too. Spits and spots of rain, which might have to do something about that monitor in a moment. But clouds quite high, winds quite light, so we're expecting a full day's flying today. Tomorrow's, again, you know, changeable conditions, so we'll fit in around that. And I think it's looking pretty good both days, to be honest. So hopefully we'll be as good as last year. Les, thank you for tuning in. And Masterbox saying hello from Poland. And here we go. Good afternoon, everyone, says Connor. Hey, thanks for joining as ever, Connor. And I thought we'd kick things off. I say it's a bit of a mix and not quite so much heavy metal as we get at a show like Air Tattoo, but I thought we'd dust off the speakers with a bit of Typhoon action from Old Buckenham last year. So this was a display, I can't remember which day actually, but having watched it back just the last 24 hours, a bit of brightness in the sky, and I always go on about it, but having a bit of a mix of conditions in the sky behind the aircraft gives you a bit of contrast and understanding of how fast the aircraft's going and which way it's going and things. So I like this material. This is the Typhoon display. Let me make sure I'm going to give you it. Typhoon display from Old Buckenham last year. As I say, we're just building up to the flying display proper. So yeah, enjoy this for a little while. Flying due to start around about 12:30, so a little while to go. And in a moment, I'll fill you in on what we're going to see. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on! Feel the noise! Now be fair, I told you. Sainty has lit the torch on a pair of Eurojet EJ200 turbofans. They give 40,000 pounds of static thrust. That's about the equivalent of 24 Spitfires. Other mathematical calculations are available. There's no physical linkage between any of the flying surfaces. It's all fly-by-wire, computer controlled. But without Sainty in the cockpit, it's just a lump of metal. Few more statistics for you. Rate of roll, phenomenal. Rate of climb, phenomenal. Gear down and barrel rolling. Now that's AOA, angle of attack. Can make the aeroplane fly at hideous angles that nothing else would do. Incredible controllability at slow speed. Look at that. He's coming back for a knife edge. Stand by. Outside turn.
Quite a show from Sainty last year, and we're expecting a similarly exciting performance from Adam O'Hare today and tomorrow. I'll run you through those timings. I can see a few people asking what's coming up, and we do have 2 Hurricanes sat down there. We're only going to see 1 today, perhaps 2 tomorrow. Thank you, Chris, for your £5 donation. You mustn't do that, but it does make people aware that yes, donations are passable on the YouTube platform. So, kicking things off, the guys from the Falcons are sat down there, lobbing balloons at me and staring into a funny telescope. They'll be dropping at minute 3:04, so just a little while. Where are we now? 14, so 20 minutes to go. Following them, we have Sally B. That's at 1 o'clock. yak formation, and I see here listed, I think 3. Let me just double check. It doesn't say anymore, but it was listed earlier as 3 aircraft, so I'm hoping we'll get 3. And a slight correction to that, that is a takeoff. I always do this, read you out all the takeoffs and then the display slightly later, so I'll try and do better. Decathlon and Beaver, okay, here we go. So, we get a Staggerwing, display and then land after Sally B, after a couple of takeoffs. And this is one of the fun things about Old Buckenham. There's always a lot going on the ground. Aircraft taking off, display coming in. It's very action-packed and I love it. Following the Staggerwing, we have those yaks come in and display. And I hope 3. Then we have the Captain take off. And that's STOL formation. So Decathlon and Beaver. I don't see a Decathlon on the ground unless it is... No, that's the Staggerwing now that I've processed what that lovely looking tail is. And I can see 3 yaks up there. And I can see a Decathlon as well. So that will be interesting. Interesting mix of quite a large single engine radial and then the Decathlon as well. And it does list as formation. So formation pass, displays then, Beaver displays then lands, whilst Decathlon holds crowd rear. Decathlon then displays with aerobatics. And I saw a lovely rehearsal from a aerobatic Decathlon at Duxford midweek, which, yeah, it's similar to the Cap 10 that follows it. Slightly unnatural look about the aerobatics of these aircraft. Unnatural, if I can put it like that. I suppose I'm used to the brute force of an extra 300 flipping and rolling through the air, and yeah, there's a bit more grace about this, and certainly a lot more energy management going on. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see the Decathlon and then the Cap 10 performing some aerobatics. Spitfire formation, and I see a list of 3 displaying and then departing, so they're not aircraft that are based here, but that will be really nice to see. Then we have the Turb team, my favourite formation aerobatic formation display team. No arrows, but you know, the drama of the limbo, so flying under a limbo down the runway, and the flower bombing and the balloon popping. Fantastic, and I can't wait to show my kids it if I manage to drag them here tomorrow. So 4 aircraft performing, yeah, a really novel display. It's not a new one by any means, but if aim brake don't fix it. A slightly newer and certainly innovative display next, the Extra 300 with Model Extra. So that will be at about 5 minutes to 3. Both aircraft based takeoff, display and land, I think. Yes. So both aircraft taking off from the ground together, formation arrows together, and then little bits of solo work as well. It's just a remarkable thing to see. It's one you kind of do have to see in person to believe, well, not believe, but get the full impression of. But hopefully we'll do a half decent job for you on the stream. Then we have Storch and the Cub. So yeah, a bit of a terrifying dogfight there between 2 high-wing monoplanes, slowly pootling around and taking each other out. Or well, you can guess which one of the 2 comes off worse from that engagement. If last year is anything to go by anyway. Catalina follows. P-47 sadly we're not going to see. Had hoped to see the P-47. Perhaps tomorrow, I'm not sure what the issue is there. And then we do have the RAF Typhoon, really going to dust the cobwebs off and shift the noise game up a little, displaying at about 20-4. Then after that, Lysander. So this is nice actually, so we're heading into, yeah, a nice little afternoon here. So Lysander display, then we have the Velis Electro. So an electric aircraft displaying at an air show. It says here, don't forget to charge it. So that's a really nice innovation. The aircraft based, I think, in Norfolk, not a million miles away, to the other side of Norwich, I think, from my brief bit of Googling I did before the show. A handy reminder to tell you that there is an airshow commentator who's done a fair bit more research on these things than me, who will guide you through the day. But yeah, an interesting thing to see, the electric Pipistrel. I mean, Pipistrel aircraft I quite have a fondness for anyway. And this one electric, I see here a slot of 10 minutes, so yeah, look out for that. And you might recall, if you did watch last year, that there is a I can still see it up there, yeah, an electric aircraft set up on site here. I've forgotten the chap's name, forgive me if you're watching this later, but yeah, real innovation there. So solar panels on a hangar, effectively, small hangar that could be sat out in a rural area in Africa somewhere, electric aircraft parked underneath, battery storage all built in. We did a little feature on that last year, so if you've enjoyed the show here and you want to see a bit more electric aviation innovation, go check that one out from would have been the Sunday last year, I think, at the start of the stream would be my guess. So a bit more warbird action into the afternoon, the Spitfire and Bouchon, and then one Hurricane after that, and then 2 T6s, and then at the end the Suffolk Spitfire. Now that's an interesting one. So a Spitfire solo to close us out at a little bit past 5 o'clock. So as I say, really nice variety in the Old Buckenham display, and always something going on the ground. If there are any gaps, then either Ken, who's commentating the show, or maybe I'll chime in now and then to say hello and see who's on the chat, and get a bit of a conversation going. Do join the chat if you're watching on YouTube. It's always a really fun way having a bit of a chat with like-minded enthusiasts. As I always say, yawn, boing, but it's true. It's really nice. How you operate camera so smooth on that big zoom. Lots of experience, and good tripod. I bet not. It's nice of you to say so, but you watched when this first display comes in and I trip over the tripod, and we'll soon get plenty of people moaning about my appalling camera work. We'll do a good job. Yeah, I spotted that, Gustav, on that Typhoon clip. There was a bit of I don't know what was going on with the audio, but hopefully it didn't detract too much for you. And Mason saying, me and my wife live in Attleborough, so we will sit in the garden and watch all the displays. Well, you can tune in. You clearly tuned into this, so you can see what's going on in the airfield. I can wave in your general direction off to the northwest, over the trees. Hopefully you'll certainly pick up Typhoon roaring around overhead. Oh, Monty, bless you. He says, Ian and Adam, have a great day. And he slapped 20 quid on. I'll feed Adam after all. It was going to be leftover sandwiches from Duxford, but I think we can up our game to soup at the Holiday Inn. We'll see. Any idea on what the surprise at the end of the flying programme? Oh dear, have I just spoiled a surprise? Well, I've just run you through the entire programme, Connor, so that's probably in there. Good stuff. Someone commenting wanting to get in touch is probably here on the ground. I'll say hello to him later. And what did I see? Someone else was talking about blackjack. So it would be nice to get that jet with the fancy scheme, wouldn't it? Cross your fingers. Powerful display at Riat it was. Yeah, and the commentary here, Graham, as I was saying, there is an airshow commentator here who will guide you through the day. Very enthusiastic, very knowledgeable on the subject matter, and lots of emotion in there as well. There's a bit of a ceremony going to happen, I think, once the Falcons have landed, and I'll try my best to bring you that. We might have some fun with commercial music and things. We always have to be a bit careful about airing commercial music through YouTube because it will potentially pull the stream. So if the audio disappears and I suddenly start singing opera, you'll understand why. Connor, if that's the surprise, then I'm sorry I've spoiled it. So that's about it from the chat there. I see it's about 25 minutes past 12. I think what I'll do now is focus my efforts on trying to get my tripod into a state where I don't trip over it, and wish you a happy Saturday. Enjoy the stream. Thank you for tuning in. If you're new here and don't know Planes TV, my name's Ian. I run the company. We do free-to-view streams on YouTube and also have a subscription service at watch.planestavie.com. Give you that address, take it off, put it back again. Not working. Watch.planestavie.com is our streaming service where you can get access to our back catalogue stuff, which stretches back 30 years. Some really nice stuff in there if you're into the nostalgia of what the Air Force used to fly or what we used to see at air shows. Really nice service to check out, and perhaps you've recently subscribed to that, to watch Air Tattoo 2 weekends ago. Thank you for subscribing. You are helping support live broadcasts, free to view live broadcasts like this, as well as the ones we output over on that streaming service. So thank you for signing up. Do stick around for the release of the Air 2 Highlights programme, which will be in a couple of months' time, and future live broadcasts, including the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow in September. The very best way of keeping up to date with Planes TV is our email newsletter. I think I've done my job right and put a link to the way that you can subscribe to that in the description of this video. All right, I'll hand over to Ken, who's started his commentary for the day. Thank you for joining us. Do subscribe and give the video a like so other like-minded enthusiasts can find us through the day. We'll be live till round about 5:30. So yeah, sit back, relax, and you won't need an umbrella, but I might do at some point. Enjoy the show. Cheers.
Quick parish notice before we literally take to the skies. We need a silver vehicle, I can't give a better description than that, to move, and I mean move now. Oscar Mike 5-1 Mike Juliet Mike. Oscar Mike 5-1 Mike Juliet Mike. Silver vehicle, you are to move your vehicle now, or we will. And I hear overhead the dulcet sounds of the Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team. Parachute aeroplane, Dornier 228, I understand. Yep. And you can see the clouds are being good to us. The Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team just getting used to our neighborhood, and they will open our 10th anniversary show in the grandest of styles. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honour to introduce to you Master Aircrewman Gaz Attridge. He's going to talk you all the way through the Royal Air Force Falcons parachute demonstration team to open the show in the finest of style. Gaz, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. I've got my own microphone.
Oh, isn't technology wonderful?
Hello everybody, my name as mentioned there is Master Aircrewman Gaz Attridge, and I am your commentator today for the world-renowned and best parachute display team in the world, the Royal Air Force Falcons display team. Now, before I carry on and tell you a little bit about what's going to happen today and what you can expect to see very shortly, I just need to get a little bit of an idea of what sort of crowd we got today. So what I want to hear is a massive cheer all the way down the crowd line. 1, 2, 3, go! Okay, that's not bad. I'm sure you can do better than that when you see the boys jump out today. But as I said, very shortly you'll be seeing our world-famous parachute display from the RAF Falcons. You already saw the aircraft go overhead, which is our drop ship today, which is the Dornier 228. And that will be coming back round shortly. At the moment, the team are on board going through their pre-drop preparations, ready for the display today. Now, the weather today is playing ball with us, a little bit cloudy and a little bit of wind, but nothing that these guys can't handle. So we hope to give you our full show today. If there's any update to that, I will tell you as I find out. So we are very honoured today to represent the very best of British. We're both home and overseas, and you will see today a very colourful display displaying the red, white and blue of the Union. Now, the RAF Falcons can display from a minimum of 2,500 feet above the ground up to 12,000 feet. Now, today we're going to be around about 5,500 feet when they exit the aircraft to come down to the drop zone here at Old Buckenham. So those of you with keen eyesight and keen hearing, if you keep your eyes open to the sky, you will see the Dornier going round and round, and that is basically the guys on board confirming the drop zone and confirming where they're going to land. Now, a very important part of that process is our ground team here today. And those of you on the crowd line along the front there will be able to look out, and you can see some members of our drop zone safety team out there today. 3 RAF Falcons, all part of the team for 2022. Now, they're very shy guys, but I'm going to introduce them because they do a very important role. So I want to start by introducing the team, as I said, out there you can see at the moment, and if they can hear me, they might even get a wave from them. Leading the team out there with the Drop Zone Safety Officer is Flight Lieutenant Mike Reeves. Give him a wave, Mike. And ably assisted by our survival equipment technicians, that is Corporal Gav Wright. And last but not least, Corporal Dan Edwards. Now that team's responsible for preparing the landing area and making sure that the wind speed and cloud base are passed on to the team. And some of you earlier might have seen a couple of large red balloons going up into the sky. That wasn't accidentally released, that was purpose. They are so that we can track the balloons to allow us to give the wind speed and direction for our parachutists. Again, where you look out onto the field, those of you who can see it, you may see some crosses on the ground. There's a yellow and a green cross. They indicate the landing positions for our parachutists. From the air, the parachutists are looking down to see those crosses, and that's the target that they're aiming for. And they're a very proud bunch, the guys, and when they aim for the ground, they try to get as close as possible. So when they do come down, give them a massive round of applause, and obviously big cheers and applause for those that get closest to the cross. What you'll see shortly as well is some white smoke being lit. That is, again, a wind indication and a ground indication to our aircraft captain who's flying around from our team from Summit Air. We have our own dedicated aircraft for the display season and our pilots from Summit Air who support us everywhere we go. Now I'm in direct comms with the aircraft above, and I'm talking to, or he's talking to me, the team coach. That's Flight Sergeant James Bruce, or Brucey. And he's the one who's giving the final instructions to the team on board the aircraft, and he's communicating with the aircraft captain as well, pointing him in the right direction so he knows exactly where they need to drop. As I said, the aircraft is flying around in the sky. Do start shouting and pointing when you see it. It gives me a big clue where it's coming from. But no, in all seriousness, it is coming from, as you look at the airfield, it should be coming from the right-hand side, flying down the length of the airfield, and the parachutists will probably release round about the far left-hand side of the airfield. So that's where you want to put your eyes for the actual drop itself. And of course, if you want to take photographs or video, we do encourage that, and please do so, and I'll talk to you more about our social media channels at the end. So I've just heard there's about 3 minutes before the actual display begins, so again, if you've got your recording devices ready, get them primed, and look out onto the drop zone now, and you'll see the team starting to get ready for the final preparations. All of our parachutists are members, full-time members of the Royal Air Force, and they're all physical training instructors by trade, or PTIs, and they progress on to a specialisation to become PJIs, or parachute jump instructors, and they help train all of the UK Armed Forces and Special Forces in parachuting, and that's everything from very basic parachuting up to high level and very, very specialised drops into areas such as Special Forces may take. So what's about to happen then, if you look out onto the drop zone, very soon you'll see some smoke being lit. When that smoke has been lit, as I said earlier, it allows the aircraft captain to give the final identification to the drop zone and a final wind indicator. What I will try and do today, if communications allow me to do, is when the drop takes place, I'll try and get you in direct communication with the team coach Brucey in the air, because he's constantly giving instructions to the parachutists about the next formation and about their manoeuvres. And if I can give you a live link to them in the air, hopefully you can get a bit of an understanding of what they can hear.
Okay, this is Falcon DZ, you're clear line drop. Surface wind 8 to 12 knots from the west. Clear line drop.
So the drop zone safety officer has just radioed through to the aircraft that he is clear live drop, clear live drop. That now means that the team will be stood up in the aircraft doing their final preparations of their equipment. They have quite a lot to check. They've got to make sure all their safety straps are done up. They've got to make sure their smoke canisters are all primed and all their recording equipment is ready to go. So they'll be checking each other over. And no matter how many jumps these guys have done, and some of them have done thousands between them, they still do get nervous, and the adrenaline is now pumping. What will happen now is a red light will come on the aircraft, and that gives them the final indication that they're about to approach the drop zone. And what they're waiting for then is a green light to appear. When that green light appears, that's from the aircraft captain. That is the signal for the team to jump. So if you look up to the right-hand side of the airfield, you can see the Dornier there at around about 5,500 to 6,000 feet. Just keep an eye on that aircraft because that's where the guys are jumping from. It does seem that they're going quite slow at the moment, but it's a bit of an illusion. They are going along at a fair rate of knots, and when they come out of that door, they will drop into about 3 to 4 seconds of free fall before they pull their chutes and begin their display. So at this stage, team coach, Flight Sergeant James Brucey is now looking out of the door, waiting for the right time to signal the team to leave the aircraft.
1 minute.
He's just radioed through that they have 1 minute for the drop, so that's 1 minute until they leave the aircraft. As I mentioned, when they do free fall, they will come down with smoke trailing from the aircraft to about 3,000 feet before they deploy their parachutes. So look out for the bright orange red smoke, and that will give you an idea of how strong the wind is up there when they drop. 30 seconds to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look up to the sky and get yourselves ready for the parachute drop. And there's the smoke on, ladies and gentlemen. Look up to the sky for the 2022 RAF Falcons parachute display. So there you go, free falling down, and immediately pull their canopies and the smoke starts to come out. And you can see the formations are already beginning to get together. Team coach is telling them which direction and where they need to. First thing they're going to do then is get into a snake formation where the Falcons will fly behind each other and then make a 180-degree turn to go back up the jump run. This is the chance for them to get settled into the display and get into their formation. So I'm just going to give you a chance to have a quick listen in to them talking in the air.
Ready, go! Ready, go! Cool, nice and steady there, lads. Just going to run for 2 or 3 seconds. Fingers to the heart, fingers to the heart. Heart, ready, go. 1, 2, 3.
So Brucey's told them to get into the heart. Now the heart is a very complicated formation to fly, but it is one of our signature moves for this year. The aim is to form that heart in the sky. And we always do this as a tribute, and this weekend we'd like to make a special dedication to all members of the 453rd Bomber Wing of the United States Air Force.
And smoke on and smoke on.
So as they split, you'll see one parachutist in the middle, and that is our team leader or team OC, and that's Flight Lieutenant Stu Philpott, and he will very shortly deploy a flag, and he will fly the flag down while the rest of the team gets into to come down to the ground. So they're now going into a saber chase into what we call the carousel. This is a great one for the cameras and the videos if you've got them. Very, very hard formation to get into. It's a tight turn all the way round. So again, at this stage, they can hear you on the ground, so please give them a massive round of applause and a big cheer. So Stu Philpott's deployed the flag and he's moving away from the main formation, and he will follow the team all the way down to the ground. So they're now into the sabre chase, which gets them in position ready for their final landing. And the landing configuration today is what we call ducks. And why are they landing in ducks? Because they come down in formation and land side by side. And you'll see now as they tightly follow each other down to the ground, they'll very soon be lining up on their landing position towards the drop zone safety team. And I will introduce you to the team as they come into land. Like I said, you've been brilliant so far with the cheers and claps, but this is the time to give as much round of applause and cheers as you can. So I'm just going to run you through who the team is today.
Looks good my last time round, on all these 90-degree turns.
So as they come down then, as they come into their landing run, Falcon 1 is team coach, Flight Sergeant James Bruce. Falcon 2 is Sergeant Gaz Nicholson. Falcon 3, Sergeant Ben Sammett, or Samo. Falcon 4 is Sergeant Sean McCabe. Falcon 5, Sergeant Bobby Manari. Falcon 6, Sergeant Doug McCall. And here they come, perfectly in formation as they come down to land. And here they turn into their ducks position for landing. This is incredibly hard to do, ladies and gentlemen. So again, keep the cheering going. This is amazing stuff. Flying in formation is not easy, let alone with a parachute and landing all synchronized at the same time. But let's not forget there's still one parachute is still in the air, and that's the officer commanding of the RAF Falcons, Flight Lieutenant Stu Philpott, flying the Union flag, flying the colours for this country, and here he comes down to the ground. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, the RAF Falcons 2022. Now that's not the end yet, we still have a little bit more entertainment. We've done the parachuting is the difficult part. However, we always finish off our shows and displays with a presentation of the RAF Falcons. And what's happening now at the moment is the team are securing their equipment. Basically, their chutes are coming off. They're making sure it's all secure. All the equipment, such as the smoke canisters, the goggles, the helmets, the cameras and gloves, etc., are all coming off. And the Falcons will then put on their RAF service berets, and they will be called to formation by our drop zone safety officer, Flight Lieutenant Mike Reeves. So remember, these guys are all physical training instructors, so this bit's easy for them. They'll run, and there's always a competition to see who can get there the fastest. But once they're all ready, they'll come forward and they'll form up. And there you go, there's the call coming in from the drop zone safety officer, and they will line up today in front of Her Majesty's Pageant Master Bruno Peake, who will take today's salute. So they've now had permission to dismiss. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the final time at Old Buckenham, please put your hands together, a massive cheer for the 2022 Royal Air Force Falcons Parachute Display Team! And the last thing before I hand over for the next very, very poignant and important piece of our display today is you can come and meet the team. We are around in the arena today. Please do come and say hello to the chaps and find out a little bit about what they do. We've got some brochures and other bits and pieces that you can come and collect off as well. If you did take any photographs or any video and you'd like to share them with us on social media, please do so. All the usual channels are there: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Just search for RAF Falcons or hashtag RAF Falcons. All that remains for me is to say thank you very much for being such great sports today and participating, and we hope to see you again. Thank you very much and goodbye.
And put your hands together for Gaz Attridge. Superb. Gaz, you've got the job. I'm on my way.
And now, escorting the flag in, His Majesty's Pageant Master Bruno Peak, LVO, OBE, OPL. And one of his many duties has been the 3,000 plus Jubilee paintings, including the one you can see in the memorial area for Her Majesty's Jubilee. Cadets, bringing the flag in, we have Cadet Warrant Officer Zoe Webb. Now Zoe is no less than the best cadet across the United Kingdom. She's with the local 1986 Squadron Air Cadets here at Windham, and I've had pronunciation lessons relating to that name. Escorting her are Cadet Perugia Nana Yakara and Cadet Ben Skidmore. All of these wonderful cadets taking their duty professionally and responsibly. Is handed over. We are now going to raise the flag.
And doing that is Flight Sergeant Aaron Parrish, also of 1986 Squadron. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Platinum Jubilee year of Her Majesty the Queen. We ask you all, please, to rise in honour of our wonderful, wonderful monarch. I give you Fiona Harbour.
Choices gifts in store on her be pleased to pour. Long may she reign. May she defend our laws and ever give us cause to sing with heart and voice. God save the Queen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We would ask you to remain standing. Putting up the Union flag there was Corporal John Ozeta. I apologise, John, but the Sergeant Aaron Parrish, he's the one who's now going to raise the Star-Spangled Banner. 80 years ago on this airfield, and dozens like it, they were open to allow the brave men of the United States Army Air Force a base from which to fight tyranny and to save freedom for us all. 392 of them made the ultimate sacrifice fighting from Old Buckenham in B-24 Liberator bombers. They were Americans, and we ask you to remain standing as we honour the Star-Spangled Banner. And not very far away to do just that as well is the Boeing B-17G Sally B. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. Fiona.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Not a dry eye in the house. Thank you all so very, very much for that. Fiona, exceptional. The flag party, especially the fabulous cadets of 1986 Wyndham Air Training Corps, we thank you all very, very much indeed. What a way to start the show. Sally B is in the circuit. I'm now going to do a personal best to get back to the commentary point. And you can put your hands together for our iconic bomber. Never ever run with a microphone. Joining me today, Peter Kuipers, captain and B-17 crew. Peter, I can go on and on about the wartime service of the B-17 and what it means to us all. I think we'd like to know about what she's like to fly.
What she's like to fly, it's a big aircraft, it's heavy. Andrew Dixon at the moment is flying it, and what he's doing is not what it's built for. These aircraft were built to fly at mast formations, straight and level 25,000 feet towards Berlin and other cities and factories and targets. What Andrew is doing today is fly low and turn, and continues to turn. He's trying to stay in front of the public so you can have a good view of the aircraft.
And that is certainly the case. Now, 47th season. This is not an easy thing, keeping this aeroplane in the air. Matt Wilkins, our event organizer, calls this the longest running miracle aviation heritage has ever known. And I would not doubt him. sallyb.org.uk is the way that people help. Tell us about how they can do that.
Well, this aircraft has been kept flying not 47 years, but the last 40 years, odd 40 years, by Ellie Sellingbow. Ellie is our great inspirator, and we are a bunch of volunteers trying to help her, but she's the main person behind it. The way to help is have a look at our website, and everything is described there. Just give you some numbers. Fueling this aircraft, I won't tell you the liters, but it will set you back about £20,000. You can buy a car for that.
I think we should repeat that again. £20,000 to top this beautiful aeroplane up.
That's correct, and we'll keep it airborne for about 9 hours. And then on top of that, our engines, propellers and everything else. It is a miracle it's still flying after 47 years.
Now let's remind everybody, this is Britain's biggest warbird. No government funding, no lottery money. Like wartime, keeping this aeroplane in the air is against all the odds. You can help in every way. Now, she's going to hate this, but she's broken my limbs before now. I want you all to put your hands together for Ellie Sellingbow, the 5th engine on Sally B. Put your hands together. I can feel the contract being written out on me now. She's a memorial to 79,000 US airmen, and of course we've already mentioned Old Buckingham's 453rd Bomb Group, who gave the ultimate during the war. Bomb bay open, fast run. The 453rd ran Consolidated Liberators, and a lot of Boeing B-17 crews described the somewhat boxy Liberator as the container the B-17 was delivered in. She came to the UK in 1975 thanks to the vision and drive of the late Ted White, and here she still is. Based at Duxford. Busy year coming up?
We had about 2/3 of the season. It's not busy in the post-COVID times, but I think we're doing okay.
Excellent, excellent. Now, you said this machine is built for load carrying, stability in formations, and height. So I take it down at these intimate heights, fuel consumption is going up and up and up.
It does. The higher you fly, the less fuel you use, but well, nowadays we don't fly high. It's called VFR flying. It's the modern way of flying, and there's no way we can go up. Nowadays, the higher altitudes are reserved for the airliners and for the public going on holiday.
Exactly so. And here, yet another fabulous view. So as Peter says, get on the website. We're always talking to you about digging into your pocket, which is never an easy thing in the current climate. But if that aeroplane isn't worth supporting, well, I don't know what is. Converting to a tail dragger 4-engined aeroplane must be fairly difficult, because you can find some nice multi-engine aircraft that are tri-wheel, but tricycle undercarriage. But is a Dakota a good way to with C-47 to get yourself familiarised as Sally B comes round for her last pass?
Yes, the Dakota is the only way to get enough time to get trained and then fly the B-17. Wartime, when you had a government behind you, you could do lots of training. We do not have the funds to do that. So all our pilots are Dakota pilots as well. And they fly for a company, Aero Legends, that has the Dakotas. And Aero Legends, the company we fly for, they will probably be doing passenger flights even again on the Dakota next year.
That sounds spectacular. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together or wave. We will tell the crew just how much you love them. Sally B. Please. Now, while we get a couple of our display aeroplanes away as Sally B routes back towards Duxford, I've got Fiona Harbour with me now. Fiona, I've just finished drying my eyes. That was so moving. You find it the same yourself?
Absolutely. It's an absolute honour to be asked to sing the national anthems today. It's been absolutely wonderful, wonderful experience. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. I find moments in this wonderful job of mine stressful, but that is full stress. You were superb. Now, people can hear you more today. Where and when will that be?
So I will be down at the hangar near the fairground at the bottom, and I will be singing as people depart today. So if anyone would like to hang around and have a listen, that would be absolutely wonderful.
So beyond 5 o'clock, you're serenading everybody?
Absolutely, yes. Come and join in. That'd be lovely.
I always make beautiful Old Buckenham audience work hard. Again, put your hands together for Fiona Harbour. Incredible lady. Thanks ever so much. The nose, the name High Maintenance, which might tell you something about what running one of these fabulous, beautiful aeroplanes costs in terms of maintenance and fuel. Joining me on this, Debs, you're going to tell us all there is to know, the really ins and outs. Dish the dirt on Nigel. I've so wanted to say that. Now, you dish the dirt, and I'll follow up. I'll follow up with the nuts and bolts and the data.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Nigel Wilson's a regular display pilot here for us. Born and bred in Ipswich and Suffolk, learnt to fly in 1985. And that was from buying his dad a trial lesson. He saw his dad come down with such a big smile on his face. He thought, well, I'm having some of that. So he got his licence in 1985. The next thing he done was go on to do aerobatics. Yep, if you know Nigel, you'll understand why. He likes to spend a lot of time upside down. And then in the late 80s, he got his first display authorisation, his first DA, and that was on a bunch of 4 Cessnas down at Ipswich Airport in the days of the old airfares down there, the original Red Sparrows. But this afternoon he's displaying for you in the lovely yellow Staggerwing, and he's been displaying this now for around 10 years. We were trying to work it out over dinner how long it is, and he's a regular sight up here at this airfield flying this wonderful machine which belongs to Jeff Lynch.
So, why Staggerwing? Well, take a look. Most biplanes, the top wing is above the bottom wing. Well, you're saying, yes, we know that. So's that one. Or it's slightly forward, like on the wonderful Tiger Moth. But on this, the top wing is behind. And also, fascinating for a biplane design. You're talking about fuselage that fills the entire gap between the wings, and as you can see now abundantly, this is a tail dragger biplane with retractable main undercarriage. Flying Cadillacs was the way several of the big adverts across America were calling these things, and this is the ultimate in luxury. If you can afford this and then maybe a bit more, some of you might have noticed a bright red twin Beech 18 series out on the airfield here. And these two, if you had the cash, if you were a person of note, this was how you got around. Dare I say the Learjet of its day? This is corporate transport for the 30s. Walter Beech, the man who owned the company, took the first one. That was in 1934. Engines are Wasp Junior, 450 horsepower, and they were $8,700 new. Now you might think that's a bargain, but of course we're talking 1934. That is an eye-watering amount of money. And talking of eye-watering, if you want a good one today, and we're looking at one, you need £500,000. Now, one owner says this aeroplane, the Beech 17 Staggerwing, has 6 fuel tanks, and it's the most effective way he knows of turning money into noise. Our event organizer, Matt, he's good at maths, I'm not. Because there are 2 Staggerwings based here at wonderful Old Buckenham, he tells me that we have here based 66% of the UK Staggerwing population. Who am I to doubt him? Debs, I think there's more dirt available.
More dirt on Nigel, huh? As I said, Nigel's quite a well-known display pilot up here, often seen flying the Yak 52. More of that one later, but not flown by Nigel this year. As we said, he's been flying this one now for around 10 years. Similar to this, he's also flying the T6, so you'll see him later doing that. But what does he do in his day job? Well, in the old days, he used to work for British Telecom, but nowadays you'll find him down in Essex. He's head of training down there. So really, he's spending all day up in the air flying around. So you can go and do your PPL with Nigel, you can go and be examined by Nigel, and if you're really brave, you can go and do some aeros with Nigel.
So, Debs, you're telling me that this is his office, or might as well be, because they all just have different shapes and different sorts of wings.
Yes.
I'm beginning to envy this lifestyle.
I know, he's got a pretty good lifestyle, hasn't he? Yeah, he loves it. As I said, he's found every day really in an aeroplane, either training or examining, or in the summer months he'll be found at an airfield somewhere displaying and showing off his flying skills, as he's doing today. It looks really easy flying it around up there. He tells me it's quite a slippery beast and you need to keep on top of it, and especially at the landing, so keep your eyes open when he brings it in to land.
And again, we're saying this is one of his offices. He had the choice today. Eeny, meeny, do I go yellow, do I go red? Of such traumas life has built. That is a beautiful sound, isn't it? I suppose if you're looking modern ways now, Learjet's not actually ended production this year. Maybe the sort of aeroplane you'd buy would be a Pilatus PC-12, single turboprop. It's a bit that sort of utility, I suppose, although not the style. And here's one of the words I guaranteed myself to use today: panache. Well, it was on top of the chocolate cake I had last night. Beautiful topside view. Nigel Wilson's another fast run. His next pass will be the last one, and again, a gentleman's aerial carriage of the 1930s exhibited brilliantly by a gentleman of the 21st century. Come on, folks, it's another Old Buckenham wave. He can see you. Fabulous. Now, you can't but have noticed that we have another flag on display today. The flag of our comrades in Ukraine. Shortly we'll have the Flying Comrades on their debut air display, and you might think that flying Soviet era trainers is perhaps inappropriate with the war that's going on in Ukraine. And if you're listening, Mr. Putin, it's not a special operation, it's a war. That flag will continue to fly here at Old Buckenham until Russia surrenders and leaves. I never thought I'd get to say things like this in the 20th century. This team are here as a tribute to the people and the Air Force of Ukraine. And they will be performing, as I said, their debut act very shortly. As Nigel drops the gear and comes into land, and the Flying Comrades, a classic example of how to get together and get an idea rolling during lockdown, will perform their debut performance in front of you. Now, we gave you a website before to help Sally B. The economy is not doing well, and we're always asking you to dig into your pockets. We will make you aware of the Disasters Emergency Committee donation line, which you can text to donate on 70150. 70150. So if we look to the west, ladies and gentlemen, from your left, also the west, I give you the Flying Comrades and their tribute to the determined people and the armed forces of Ukraine. In the front is Phil Hardesty. He's flying a Yak 18T. We'll talk more about this in a moment. As Debs was saying, Nigel Wilson used to fly the Yak 52s. Juliet Bravo is up there, and flying that is Alex Luton. And the markings on the front of that aeroplane are the 353rd Fighter Group. The other Yak 52 is Tom Turner, a well-known face at Duxford. The Yak 52 back in production in Romania by Eurostar. Both of these types, the Yak 18 and the 52, have served with the Ukraine Armed Forces, and they're very popular civilian types across the world. As they roll out and come back round, on goes the smoke. Turning right. Now remember, formation flying is about following the leader. Devotion to the leader, keeping the right space, letting him fly the shape, as it were. Produced between 1977 and 1998. About 1,500 were built, but it's so popular, it's back in production again, the Yak 52. Now the Yak 18, take a good look at that. That's the one in the lead. This is a classic piece of Soviet thought. This is a 4-seater cabin monoplane, and just to throw in capabilities, it's fully aerobatic, as you do. Now, some of you in the audience who know a lot more about aeroplanes than me, so that's practically everybody, were thinking, Yak 18? This doesn't look like a Yak 18 at all. That was a sophisticated 2-seat trainer. Well, Soviet nomenclature, being as it is, they went back and used the 18 again and called it the T as the 4-seater. And on with the smoke again. Cameras ready. Here goes the brake. Nicely done. This is their debut show. They're making it all look so polished. We would expect no less. That's Alex. And a couple of opposition runs. Head to head, eyeball to eyeball. I went to journalist school. So this is Tom Turner. Tom's display director at Duxford. He's been display flying for 3 years. And Tom's solo display is dedicated to somebody very, very special. That's to his dad, Robin Turner. Robin, this segment is for you. And joining us from the east, The Yak 18T, the four-seater, going to show off how nimble it is despite its bulk. Phil Hardesty. Phil's done 4 years in displays. He's been flying since the age of 10. Probably put cushions on the seat. He's a commercial pilot, but he loves this sort of flying all the more. Four-seat Yak 18T, conceived as a sort of communications aeroplane and an air taxi, and this classic how to build them strong and hefty means that it's aerobatic. Now climbing for height in Juliet Bravo is Alex Luton. Alex is also a commercial pilot and he runs a Yak group. He got his display authorization approved by none other than Brendan O'Brien. And Alex too wants to mention a very special person. Alex's dad owns 2 of the 3 machines you see in front of you. Juliet Bravo that he's flying in the Yak 18T, and he wants to acknowledge the generosity and the patience of his father, Nigel Luton. Nigel, this is for you. Debs, I can employ you again because you were giving me some facts on Juliet Bravo, the Yak 52 we see in front of us. Hit us with them.
Juliet Bravo, Yak 52. This one was built back in 1987, and the history of this, it didn't actually go fighting, but it was used to train the pilots on instruments, so it had quite a gentle life over in Romania. It was looked after quite well. But these aircraft, they were used to train pilots from the street. So in the Soviet, in the Cold War time, if you wanted to learn to fly and go into the Russian military, then you would learn to fly on one of these. If you look at the cockpit inside, it's set out very much like a jet aircraft, so the transition from one to other was quite easy for them. As you can see, it's fully aerobatic. Alex here today was doing some nice gentle aerobatics for us, but this thing is capable of much, much more. And back in the 70s in the UK, these sort of burst upon the scene in the aerobatic championships, and people were amazed by what they can do. So here you go, you see Alex is now joining up. They're going to join up in their formation of 3 again, and I'll hand back to Ken.
Debs, the check's in the post. Debut display, the Flying Comrades. Comrade, of course, associated with communism, Soviet Union, but we must also remember it means friends. And there are 3 friends there, aided by their families, that produced an incredible display for you, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of them. The Flying Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, coming back round, as Deb said, having tail chased and formed up. They are our salute to the people and the armed forces of Ukraine. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Turning right, gently through, following their leader, Alex Luton. Sorry, Phil Hardesty. Beautiful piece of flying. Get your cameras ready, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, the skies over Old Buckenham are being kind to us. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Flying Comrades. Cameras ready. Here's the break. What a superb display, ladies and gentlemen.
We loved it. Yeah. And so you look scruffy and skinny today. Yeah. My truck.
So our next segment we're calling the STOL segment, short takeoff and landing, and just winding up the beautiful de Havilland Beaver in front of us. John Romain of the Aircraft Restoration Company, they're the ones that produced this fabulous restoration. As the Flying Comrades come in, not often displayed in the UK, and it's going to be joined by an aeroplane I haven't seen displayed in, well, all the years I've been doing it, when Pontius was a pilot, a champion super decathlon. And lifting off, ready for his display. A little later, Christophe Simon, who charmed us all last year with his lyrical aerobatics. And rolling down the runway, John Romain in the de Havilland DHC-2 Beaver, showing what short takeoff and landing is all about. Followed by the Decathlon, also a nimble performer. Tony Richards is flying the Decathlon. Now the Beaver is the Aircraft Restoration Company's runabout, their air taxi if you like. If you're into aircraft registrations, this machine is Golf Delta Hotel Charlie Zulu, and that's as close as the alphabet could get to for DHC-2, the DHC being de Havilland Canada, who built a series of fabulous bush aeroplanes, utility types, ideal for Canada and various other places where machines were expected to live in harsh conditions, on skis, on enlarged tyres, or on floats. After the Beaver came the DHC-3 Otter, sort of Beaver on steroids. Then the twin-engined Caribou. And of course, much later than that, the twin-engined, twin-turbine Twin Otter. And then a whole series of turbine-engined airliners, which are still in operation today. and still in production today with the reborn de Havilland aircraft of Canada. And rolling in, a unique formation. I've not seen that in any sky anywhere that I've been at an air show. The Big Beaver was built and prototype flew in the summer of 1947 and was instantly appealing to the United States Army, who used it as the L-20, later designated the U-6. In 1967, a grand total of 1,691 of these types were built, and they're still much sought after in outback aviation, and particularly on floats. Undergoing trials in Vancouver at the moment is a float-plane Beaver with an electric engine. Now, keep your eye on the Decathlon. I'm not sure you're going to see it from here. As the Beaver comes right round, this machine, as you can see, might be an aerial Ford Transit, but it's got a good turn of heel. This one was built in 1960 for the British Army Air Corps, was brought to Harden near Chester and assembled at the de Havilland plant there, and eventually joined the Army Air Corps Historic Flight, and from their use it was moved to Duxford in 1998 and given a painstaking restoration. Big doors on either side allowed the aeroplane to take up to 8 passengers if they knew each other very well, and a goodly range of freight. How's that for slow and in total control? Big wing, lots of flap, leading edge and trailing. And John Romain now positioning for his flash pass to hand over to Tony Richards and the champion Super Decathlon. Ladies and gentlemen, John can see you under that big wing. Give him a wave. Now, the Decathlon's origins go all the way back to 1944 with the famous Aronca company. And it was developed through into the Decathlon you can see here and the Citabria, which I'm told, using American spelling, is aerobatic backwards. Still in production, if you'd like one, Tony's Aerial Advantage Company are UK agents. Now I have to be careful of my pronunciation here. On the wing at the top and underneath you can see Muck Off. It's because they've just launched a new company that takes the muck off vehicles and motorbikes. They're specialist in cleaning, and they're just breaking out into cleaning airframes. Now, I'm still used to stamps and envelopes, but if you're into what I understand is Facebook or Instagram, Tony and his company are running a best selfie with the Decathlon in the background. So get your phones into selfie mode and see if you can get a good selfie of you and the Decathlon as it runs through. It's competition. Take a look on Facebook or Instagram and you'll get all the information you need. I take it Facebook and Instagram are what? They're on 78 LPs? No, I'd have to explain to people what LPs are, wouldn't I? Tony is very, very pleased that Trig Avionics are also sponsoring this aeroplane. They create future-proof avionics for light aircraft, for example, transponders. And like him and his company, they're passionate about aviation. You can see, now you can see it spelt. If you want a gleaming airframe, you want a gleaming motorcycle, or your car looking superb, his company is the one for you. Nicely done. Get that selfie. John taxis in the gleaming Beaver. Right, your last chance for this selfie. Tony Richard in the Super Decathlon. What a fabulous departure. Now, he debuted here last year. His words, not mine. Christophe Simon is an aircraft-mad Frenchman. And I notice he's got himself a company called Mach 0.2 Aviation. Mach 0.2. So you've got an idea that we're not talking high speed here, but we are talking lyrical performance in his beautiful Cap 10 two-seat aerobatic aeroplane, which is equally French. Tony Richards taxis in. I take it that his registration G Tipsy is purely at random and nothing to do with the state of the pilot. Rolling in from the east, Christophe. He says that 10 years of poor eyesight prevented him from becoming a fighter pilot. He became a PPL, private pilot, at 35. And he says here that was so much time wasted. He's made up for it since. And here he comes running in, Christophe Simon, in the Moudry Cap 10. This aeroplane is owned by the Tiger Club, and you'll be seeing more of them later. He loves the de Havilland Tiger Moth, and he also likes paragliding. He's a sales director in the aerospace industry, and he won't mind me saying this, a very, very nice person, and the same as a pilot. would say, it's superb, you don't need anything else. Well, I'm going to sound like a market trader now, because I'm not going to give you one Spitfire, oh no. I'm not going to give you 2 Spitfires, I'm going to give you 3. And they're on their way in. This is going to be a first here. The cameras are going to be clicking audibly all over the aerodrome. As the captain comes on finals to land, if you look beyond that to the east, to your right, count the dots. It's funny how the airfield has gone absolutely silent. We're talking an ever so rare Mark 1, a national icon Mark 9, and a photographic reconnaissance Mark 11.
Hello.
Coming in from the east in the Mark 1, Stuart Spinks. In the Mark 9, Brian Smith. And Lee Proudfoot in the PR11. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 Spitfires. They're going to keep to this stunning formation, I believe, for another 2 passes. I know that modern day cameras don't make much of a clicking noise, but you could still hear it all over the airfield. And Stu Spink in the Mark 1 makes the break. This machine was first flown in November 1939 and delivered to 19 Squadron at Duxford, where it is now based once more on the 19th of April 1940. As the skies over Europe were about to descend into tyranny and total war. Late the following month, May 1940, Operation Dynamo began. The evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force out of Dunkirk. And on that day, 19 Squadron Leader Geoffrey Stevenson flew this very aeroplane. And you may notice when it comes past that it only has the squadron identifier QV on the side. That denotes 19 Squadron. The ground crew hadn't painted on the individual code. There was too much of a hurry. The black and white split underneath at the time was considered a good identifying factor. On that day, 26th of May 1940, Squadron Leader Stevenson shot down a Junkers 87 Stuka. Then he too was shot down, crash landed on the beach at Sangatte near Calais. He became a prisoner of war, eventually ending up in the famous Colditz Castle. He was one of 5 from 19 Squadron that was lost that day. The remains of this aeroplane were recovered in 1986 from that beach. Few parts could actually be salvaged, but Historic Flying Limited at Duxford could work magic to create the aeroplane you see before you. And now we turn to our duo, having been graced by the Mark 1. And up they go. Closest to us is the PR-11. Lee Proudfoot. Brian Smith leading the formation in the Mark 9, MH434. This Spitfire has attended every one of the Old Buckenham displays. Mark 9 MH434 was flown by none other than Alex Henshaw, the Castle Bromwich factory test pilot, on the 7th of August 1943, and 6 days later was in action with 222 Squadron. It's never been completely rebuilt. It is one of the most original flying Spitfires you will find anywhere. The dark blue painted machine is the Mark 11 PL 983, built in 1944. Unarmed, unafraid and in harm's way, this was a long-range reconnaissance version, ultimately leading to the Griffin-powered Mark 19, which the modern-day Battle Brit Memorial flight fly. You could see underneath the wings there, thanks NHS. The aeroplane made a tour to thank our wonderful health service, John Remain piloting across the country. Well, you'll agree, going by the quiet, everyone appreciated that. Big balloon tyres on a Maul 5, if I recognise the type. That's a crew ferry going back to Duxford. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I declare the first of our breaks today. We've got about 10 minutes and then we regain, we come back. Lots to go and see and do. Make sure you don't dehydrate. We will be back shortly.
Thank you, Caden, for your ever informative commentary. Somewhere out there on the field there is a gentleman or lady perhaps who's lost their mobile phone. You'll be delighted to know it's been handed in at the information stand. If you make your way there and can identify yourself or identify the phone, you'll be reunited with it.
Now then, folks, in this next segment, we have an aeroplane that absolutely stunned everybody last time. It's going to do the same this time. Now, I don't want to sound like a snowflake, whatever one of those is, but the Royal Air Force 2022 Typhoon display aeroplane, flown beautifully by Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare of 29 Squadron at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Its radio call sign says it all. It's Anarchy 1. Now that means this aeroplane is loud, it's fast, and it's furious. We'll give you plenty of time when it's coming up, but we need to tell you that some people may find it a bit, well, loud and sudden. And if you've got wonderful dogs out there, now's the time to have a natter to them. But as somebody who admires dogs quite considerably, they're probably looking on thinking, I'm already briefed on this, I know exactly what's going on. It's you, my owner, that I'm worried about. So brief the kids, or should we call them young adults? Brief yourselves, because the Typhoon will be performing shortly. My memory's quite bad now. Did I tell you it was loud? I hope I did, because it is. Now, keeping in the Typhoon idiom, go see Team Typhoon beyond the blister hangar at the east end of the display line, near the fun fair. There's lovely people there. We'll talk to you about Typhoon all the time. Behind you, in the main display arena, you will find a Typhoon simulator. Look for the very large articulated truck with what looks like a space shuttle cockpit on the back of it. That is the simulator. On a slightly lower performing note, if you want to see the airfield from above later on, go to the east end again, not far from Team Typhoon, and there you will find how you can go flying in a Cessna 172 or 152 or even an extra aerobatic aeroplane. And that can be arranged immediately after the flying, and you'll enjoy it no end. Meanwhile, plenty to drink, plenty to eat, lots to see. And we resume, well, in a couple of minutes' time. Now taking off in front of us, 4 Rollison Turbulent single-seat monoplanes that form the Turbulent team from the Tiger Club. Again, a firm favourite here at Old Buckenham. Turbulent first appeared in 1953. These have modified 1600cc Volkswagen type engines, 30 horsepower. You could almost call this a flying motorbike. They were built under license from the French designer Roger Driun at Rollison's in Croydon, the old Croydon Airport. Now, there our 4 pilots always try and help me out by flying in different coloured aeroplanes, and they've almost achieved it this time. Richard Meredith is the lead. He's flying a red one. Dave Brothers has got one that's in yellow and white. Then there's Andrew Monk, who obviously didn't read the brief and is also flying a red one. And Alex Rainier, who you're going to see later on in an unbelievably different sort of aeroplane. His is yellow with red trim. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Tiger Club Turb team. Not necessarily the pilots. It's been displaying for 60 plus years. That's longer than our beloved Red Arrows. But they say they like low level. The pilots say that above 700 feet they get nosebleeds. Lovely formation flying. Richard Meredith, the lead pilot, says that with this low horsepower, the throttle does not change the performance of the aeroplane one jot. It just alters the noise. All following Richard's lead. And coming straight towards us, I think this is a moment to get that camera ready. And there they go. And now, Now, what's going on? I hear there's people putting washing up on the runway. There's a washing line on the runway, ladies and gentlemen. Very colourful, but I think they're probably smalls. And the Turbulence have seen this. Oh, surely not. They can't be tempted. They're going to perfect another way of drying that washing. Surely not. Oh, a refusal, 4 faults, but here we go. Beautifully done. This is the magic of the Turb team. That was Dave Brothers scoring full points. And they're coming round again for another go. Beautifully done. They're getting the eye in now. Sky full of turbulence. Now let's see if we can make it clear round. Alex Rainier, you'll be seeing him later on. Dave Brothers. And now it gets difficult. 2 red ones. Andrew Monk. Or maybe not. That's the washing dry. Now let's see what they're up to down there. Do my eyes deceive me, or is somebody in breach of planning permission? There's a house on the runway.
That's very nice, Christoph. Really good.
I don't know what local planning permissions are about, but I can't stay there, surely. Are the team going to do something about it? Yes, they are. Oh! Don't worry, folks. These are flower bombs, and I know what you're going to ask. What sort of flower? No. Plain flower, of course. My entire career has been leading up to that line. Well, who would have thought that Old Buckenham was such a rough neighbourhood? They're certainly taking exception to that house. These flower bombs don't appear to be laser guided. Oh! Well, I think that's thoroughly shaken those house developers. Now what are they up to? Well, demolishing it by the looks of it. Ah, balloons. Not like that very large one that the Royal Air Force Falcons parachute display team put up earlier. Getting this sort of target is very, very difficult. I think we can say that one was frightened. Getting it in his sights. Diving for the target. Yes! A direct hit. Because the cockpit is open, he's already popping a sticker of a balloon kill on the side of his cockpit. Balloon sneaking away at low level here. I think the balloons are outwitting them this time. And so, the balloons, having defeated our gallant team, they got open cockpits. They're joining up now because they're unbelievably friendly people. And they're going to do a run through, perhaps 2 or 3, and wave at you. While they're getting into position, to have a round of applause for the Tiger Club ground team. They work ever so hard. Well done, you lot. And there they are, waving away. Dave Brothers. Alex Renier. Andrew Monk and Richard Meredith. Well done, you lot. Terribly polite. Now, our lovely friends, the Eastern Daily Press, have been looking for a community hero. And, of course, the Air Show have been looking for a community hero. We've had 50 entries, and we're going to have an interview with our winning community hero. You're out there, Scott Stones. Scott Stones. Now, we're going to interview you, like it or not, immediately after the Typhoon. And after the Typhoon, Scott Stones, do you hear? We'd like you to come through to the VIP area. We'll bring you through. And you are our community hero. And we'd love to interview you. Scott Stones, well done. Scott, you have to be here. 4 times your haulage company with you at the wheel have gone to and from Ukraine with aid. You are a community hero par excellence. We look forward to meeting you. Immediately after the Typhoon, get yourself to the VIP area. We look forward to meeting you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a favourite of yours and it's going to continue to be so. Get your eyes glued onto the runway. A full-scale extra, Chris Burkett taking off, but he's not alone. It's me and Mini-Me. Mike Williams is piloting the 43 40% extra, radio controlled. Anything Chris can do, Mike can do just the same. If you've seen this before, you still won't believe it. If you haven't seen it before, you won't believe it at all. In perfect coordination. Mike piloting a Czech-built Krill aircraft kit. It's capable of 3-day maneuvers, massive power to weight ratio of 2.5 to 1. Look at these two. Event organizer Matt Wilkins tells me that I frequently get confused as to which is which, and I already am. Chris, who's in the aerospace industry as a designer, he's flying the Extra 260, and he says he's got the easy job. Mike using a full control, radio control down on the ground. He's got cameras on that aeroplane allowing him to see exactly what's going on. And the two of them replicate one another like a mirror. The 40% extra may only have a 175cc flat twin, but it can accelerate. Chris? And they roll perfectly timed. Back on their respective sticks. Chris is in the air, Mike's controlled by his thumb on his radio control set. Back on the sticks, up they go. Rolling through the climb, over the top. When you get home tonight, try and explain that to those around you who have never seen this. Look at that. That's difficult to coordinate with two pilots in the air, let alone one standing on the ground. Now an opposition maneuver. Now here's something that Chris can't do. Helicoptering. Well done, Mike. There's Chris, knife edges, but of course Mike can do that as well. It was my honor to be the commentator on the debut of this act several years back, and I was asked at the time, I asked flippantly, did you two think this up in the pub? Both of them looked at me and said, well, yes, actually. Get your cameras ready, go! And in front of us and high above, smoke on, Chris. Building the energy. I told you Mike could do knife edges. Nice and slow. Put your hands together for these two, Chris Burkett and Mike Williams. What a sequence. Incredible. And they're so taken with your applause, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to do one more run. Me and mini-me, or anything you can do, I can do better. What an incredible thing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take you to the 12th of April 1945, the dash for Berlin. 3 days from then, in 3 days the Russians are fighting in the streets below the Führer bunker, and the Third Reich is nearing the end. Hitler died on the 30th, took his own life, and it was V-Day on the 8th of May. But on the 12th of April, history was made in another way. "40 miles west of Berlin, First Lieutenant Dwayne Francis of the United States Army was getting annoyed as a German Fiesler Fi-156 Storch cheekily did a reconnaissance run above his airfield, and there, with its flaps forward, its leading edge flaps and barn door like rear flaps, slow flying, is our replica Storch. Dwayne Francis was flying an L4 Cub, and it was appropriately called Miss Me, and he decided to take off and pursue the impudent enemy. Problem is, the L4 isn't equipped with weaponry, but he got his sidearm, a Colt 45. He could drop the door on the Cub and maybe inflict some damage on the Storch. Who knows? But he's got to get close and he's got to get above so that he can aim down. And he's got to find something on the Storch that's going to be lethal. That's got to be the Argus engine or its pilot. So he's got to get, as they say in the American films, he's got to get a bead on his enemy. The Grasshopper, as the Cub was known in the army, was the eyes for the guns. And the Luftwaffe were determined to get these machines out of the sky because their tanks and their artillery were vulnerable to them. A case of brandy to any fighter pilot who could bring one down. Now, could a Cub bring a Storch down? He's having a go. He's only got his sidearm. Is he going to get him? Enraged, he's firing out of the door. He's determined to have a go at the German. He doesn't know it, but if he brings this machine down, it's the last shoot down of World War II in Europe. He's miffed. He's got to have a go at it. Storch is the same sort of role as the Cub. It's there as eyes for the guns and communications. Legendary slow-flying aeroplane capable of getting into the smallest of strips. And now he knows he's in trouble. He's got to get away from the Cub. Dwayne is with the 71st Armoured Field Battalion, 5th Army Division. And his dander is up. Just got to get that position where you can have a go at the cockpit or the Argus engine of the big Storch. Nearly. He's annoyed. Will he? Can he? His foe certainly knows he's in trouble. One more shot could be it. He's got him. He's trailing smoke. One more for luck. Dwayne Francis doesn't know it, but he's just entered the history books. If he brings this Storch down and its pilot is anxiously looking for somewhere to land, and he knows that by landing where he is in enemy lines, for him, the war is over. The Storch can land on a postage stamp. The pilot's eyeballing a suitable strip to bring it in. Dwayne Francis, first lieutenant, he became a medical student post-war and graduated as a doctor, and became the most unusual air-to-air kill of the war. And the Storch is down. And there's the Cub, beautifully done. A victory pass. Feeling of exhilaration. Feeling of surreal, a surreal feeling, I should think. Brought a Storch down. The Cub, you can see before you, is an L4H, built 1944, Lock Haven in Pennsylvania. The Storch is a 75% kit plane from Serbia, a Slepchev Storch, built in 2004 with a Rotax engine, but who cares? It looks the part exactly. Ben Bendowski is the pilot of our Storch. Sam Watmo is the unusual aerial duelist in an L4. Now, the pilot of our Storch is not going to get away with it. Thankfully, he's unhurt. Spectacular forced landing. And he's being taken prisoner. Dwayne is down alongside him. Can't believe his luck at what he's achieved. Pilot of our Storch getting out. Thankful to be at him in one piece and on the ground, but a little bit apprehensive to be having guns put in front of him. He's not sure he wants to be... Oh, I see what he wants now. He wants a selfie with the other pilot. Oh, look, applause. Respect, respect. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Tony Benkowski and Sam Watmo. Brilliant! That action in April 45 really did happen. And now, look to your west. The plain sailing PBY-5A Catalina. She's called Miss Pickup. I'll explain that eventually. She's been in the UK since 2004. She's based at Duxford. You'll see in at least one of her runs that this flying boat has wheels, so she's an amphibian. Built by Canadian Vickers in Quebec. The original design by Consolidated, of course, the people who designed and built the B-24s that fought with the 453rd here at Old Buckenham. She was ordered service with the Royal Canadian Air Force, and post-war became a fire bomber with the Canadians. Now, we've all seen recently on the news modern day fire bombers trying their best to contain fires in the south of France, in Spain and in California. This was a pioneer of that sort of work. Indeed, in the 1960s, this aeroplane flew with the French Protection Civile as a fire bomber before returning to Canada. Built for long-range anti-submarine patrol, the aeroplane carries the same high aspect ratio wing known as the Davis wing that was employed by the B-24. Now, why is Miss Pickup the shape she is? With a flying boat, you need to get the wing and your propellers and your engines as far away from the water as possible. So you need a tall fuselage, a deep fuselage. That was achieved, say, by the short Sunderlands of Royal Air Force Coastal Command. But the Consolidated Design team decided the best thing to do would be to build a boat-like fuselage and a pylon to lift the wing above the fuselage. You'll see that as it comes round now. Landing lights on. You can see the boat-like structure of the fuselage. This really beautiful, graceful aeroplane. Long-range patrol across the Atlantic or from Northern Ireland, trying to protect the convoys across the Atlantic, and of course they served in the Pacific as well. You can see the big observation blisters on either side of the mid-fuselage behind the wing, giving a commanding view, and that was very important in the colours that this aeroplane wears. It's in the colours of an OA-10A, a long-range air-sea rescue aeroplane based with the 5th Emergency Rescue Squadron at Halesworth. Miss Pickup, the original one, was lost in the North Sea whilst trying to rescue a Mustang pilot who was downed. Miss Pickup got down in the North Sea but couldn't get off. The sea conditions were difficult. Now you see the floats on the end of the wing, the stabilizing floats that retract into the wingtips. So, having rescued her P-51 pilot, couldn't get off. She was then strafed and sunk by a Messerschmitt 262 jet of the Luftwaffe, and suddenly the rescuers and the rescued were also in need of rescue. All of them were eventually taken on by the Great Yarmouth lifeboat, and this machine is painted in the colours of Miss Pickup to commemorate a courageous rescue. Lights on, floats down, slowly retracting upwards. The floats become wingtips again. Beautiful, graceful aeroplane. Now, in the autumn of 2020, Miss Pickup suffered an engine failure whilst operating from Loch Ness in Scotland. Unable to take off, she was rescued by the Loch Ness RNLI and in due course lifted out of the water for safe haven beside the loch. There an engine change was carried out in the open, and after several weeks the Catalina returned to her base at Duxford. Plain Sailing would like to thank everybody at Loch Ness who helped rescue the rescuer. There was even a GoFundMe appeal set up. If you'd like to help keep this fabulous aeroplane in the sky, take a look at catalina.org.uk. Catalina turning now for a final pass. An exceptional machine. As ever, I'd like to request an Old Buckenham wave. They can see you and appreciate that you know a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, the Plain Sailing Catalina Miss Pickup. Now, folks, we have some time to prepare ourselves for the Typhoon, Anarchy 1. As I said earlier, I'm sure I said earlier, did I say earlier that it's noisy? It's very loud, it's very fast, and it's unbelievably impressive. Quite some time to go yet. Get ourselves all together and all composed. Talk to youngsters, talk to the dogs, talk amongst yourselves, because it's unlike any other aeroplane you've seen today.
Chat. Hello, how are you doing? As Ken's just said, Typhoon due in just a little while. Thought I'd pop in while there's a bit of a break and say thank you all for joining us. What a smashing day it's turned out to be. Really brightening up for Typhoon. Excited at seeing all the chat in the chat about the aircraft being airborne, so Anarchy 1 airborne, and yeah, expecting him in round about about 10 or 15. We're expecting the P-47, as Ken's just saying. Sadly, that's not able to join us, not sure why. But yeah, Typhoon coming up next, so stick around. And we'll of course have more tomorrow, so if you're enjoying the stream and think you might like to tune in future, do subscribe if you haven't already, and like the video so other folks know that we're worth tuning into. If you really enjoy what Planes TV do, I mean, if you're new to the service, never watched one of our broadcasts before, hello, my name's Ian, I run Planes TV. I apologise if there's appalling wind noise on the mic at the moment. We've been, myself and my family, Planes TV, been covering air shows for more than 30 years. And that archive of content is gradually becoming available on our streaming service at watch.planestv.com. That web address looks a bit like it worked a moment ago because I pushed it by mistake. So yeah, that's where all of our old programmes live. It's also where our subscriber live broadcasts happen. So that service, we aired the Royal International Air Tattoo, the flying display proper, over the weekend, as well as obviously the arrivals and departures here on YouTube. In September we'll be streaming the Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow, and I heard an extraordinary figure associated with the number of Spitfires they're expecting at Duxford in September, as well as very many Hurricanes. We're enjoying the sight of 2 Hurricanes out here today, just one of those due to fly a little bit later on. But yeah, Duxford in September, we're expecting lots. I'm not sure how, people always tell me these things. I don't know whether they keep stuff like that secret. I don't know. I always feel a bit bad about it. The IWM Duxford website is quite good about updating you on the source content you can expect to see at the show. Paradave, hello Paradave online. Paradave's on. Have you been for a run yet, Para? Para took us running last weekend when we were live broadcasting at Duxford. Yeah, we went along for the run. I think it was a good time, wasn't it? Andy's saying he can't hear me. Hopefully he can now because Adam's inside sorting it out. Ian asking, are we doing Eastbourne? We're not. People keep asking. We did do it a lot. Can you turn the airshow commentator down? I suppose I can do. A little while before Typhoon, I won't get too excited. Inbound now over Kings Lynn. Now that's not far away, so that's pretty well over your left shoulder as I look at the camera. Yeah, we've got a few minutes yet, so I won't get too excited. But yes, if you like what you're seeing here on our YouTube free-to-view streams, you'll really enjoy the on-demand service. There's a link in the description to take that. Yeah, no Thunderbolt, as you say. Just gone over Mara. It's quite fun following it in on the chat. You guys following it too? I suppose I could just bring it up on my phone, but Connor's saying not going to Eastbourne. That weekend, yes. Darting all over the place. Eastbourne weekend, just coming up actually. What are we? 2 or 3 weeks now. We will be covering the Women's World Gliding Championships on the Sunday, probably. A competition, you know, an international competition taking place in the UK that I really think deserves a bigger audience, so we'll give that a go. And yeah, so not covering Eastbourne. Seaside shows are really tricky for us. I really like doing airfield shows like this where there's some content, some content. The business head on me. There's something going on, isn't there, all the time, apart from now when you're faced with listening and watching me. But for the majority of the time, there's something on the ground, taxiing out, getting ready, or in the air. Right. Look out, you buffoon, says RAF Falcon. 2 minutes out. Right, I'll get Adam back on camera. No, we've got a good 10 minutes. As he nervously looks at his notes. Typhoon 38, 5 minutes yet, no trouble at all. Nice opening ceremony, wasn't it? More of the same tomorrow, I think. Falcons expected again, I think. And maybe we'll get 2 Hurricanes. Just the one we'll manage this afternoon. Maybe even fix up a P-47, who knows? Love the idea that someone's in the hangar with a spanner right now, sourcing that out. And we are expecting very shortly, so stick around after Typhoon, an electric aircraft display. A bit of a first, so do stay tuned for that. Plenty more to come. Hurricane, Battle of Britain, that's got to be Spit Mark 8 and the Bouchon. A couple of T6s and a finale from a Spitfire. That's always a really nice sight over Old Buckenham to close out the show. Right, so probably about 3.5 minutes to go. So I'll say cheerio for the time being. Switch my mic off, hopefully, so I can not say F or B. And yes, enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I'll maybe hop on at the end, see what questions we've got on the chat. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Hope you enjoy the Typhoon coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare, 29 Squadron, Coningsby, Royal Air Force, Typhoon Display 2022. And he's orbiting. Checking all his instruments. About to display the most agile aeroplane the Royal Air Force has ever had. Ladies and gentlemen, rolling in. And if Noddy Holder will let me, Typhoon 2022. Oh, he's playing with us. Anarchy 1 is rolling in. Now, what was I saying about Noddy Holder? Here we go. Come on, feel the noise. High-speed run, nearly 700 miles an hour, 9G turn, effortless. On with the burners. Igniting fuel behind the Eurojet EJ200 turbofans. You can see the fly the flag livery. This machine was over Buckingham Palace for the celebration fly past. He can do these maneuvers because of his full body G-suit and pressure breathing. Inverted run. Now, I don't do many stats, but let's do a few. Typhoon, rate of roll, phenomenal. Rate of climb, phenomenal. Agility, phenomenal. Cost, phenomenal, but not as bad if you spread the payments over 36 months. Vapor trails off the wingtips. Typhoons have been deployed to the Baltic states in the hope that they never needed to be used. High angle of attack. The computers and activators on board allow the aeroplane to fly in a manner that no other can. Now that was called a dirty barrel roll. Undercarriage down, no impediment to aerobatics. High speed pass, get ready folks. Now that's what I call a departure. Put your hands together. Flight Lieutenant Adam O'Hare, 29 Squadron, will tell you he's applauding. Isn't that fantastic? Now, ladies and gentlemen, all part of the service here at Old Buckenham, you'll be glad to know that whilst the Typhoon was performing, we've tested each and every one of your car alarms and they're working wonderfully. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a break. There is tons coming up. Nobody is leaving this display. We have surprises and we're going to make history. You and this airfield. Lots to do. Go and refuel. I'm locking the gates. Nobody is leaving. You have no idea what we've got under our sleeves yet. Thank you, folks. We'll be back soon. Right, now we don't normally do this, but we're doing a couple of requests. Let's read them out. Mummy wants to say a hello to Jules, Oscar and James and hopes her boys are having a lovely family day out. Jules now needs to stop shooting the metal frames of the chairs in front of us with his Huck and Duck prize. There we are. That's in the fairground. Huck a duck. Now then, please can you say happy birthday to Molly Burton, who's going to be 13 tomorrow. I wish I could remember 13. Loving the day ahead. Thank you all for a wonderful show. And it's signed X. Do we know an X? And now the next one starts, thanks. About 1 o'clock, could you wish, well, we're not good at timing, our friend Russell Herring a happy 80th birthday today from his friends Karen and Stephen. Enjoy the show. Thank you. And just to show you I'm a child of the 21st century, there are 2 emojis. I have no idea what they are, but they're there. We don't normally do requests, folks. Those 3 got snuck in. Now, in the gap, I'm next to somebody that, well, he's modest, but we're going to big him up, and we don't have to do that particularly in a over effusive way. Scott Stones, you run a haulage business.
That is correct.
And you're being voted the EDP and the Airfield's community hero. Now, tell us in your own words what you've been up to.
Well, I've been to Ukraine 4 times now. I've got my 5th one coming up at the end of next month, which is for the second line for the police. But we are struggling on collecting aid, so if anyone would like to donate food, medical or survival equipment, you can contact us on our Facebook, Weights and Stones. It'd be much appreciated because everyone bigs me up what I do, but I can't do it without all of you. So I need your help to achieve it, to help the Ukrainian people.
Well said. It's a triangle of support. You need people packing a lorry, sorting the lorry, supplying the goods that are going in it. But how do you find morale out in Ukraine?
Amazingly, morale was really good. they're an unusual nation of people. They don't moan. They're very grateful for whatever they get given, and considering what they're going through, they're just amazing people. They really are.
Scott, so are you. Thank you ever so much for what you do, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a community hero here that needs a round of applause. Put your hands together. Thanks ever so much, Scott. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the west, another first for Old Buckenham. An incredible shape, an amazing aeroplane. The Westland Lysander Mark III, piloted by John Gowdy. Fabulous sound of its Bristol Mercury radial. The Lysander came from the very fertile mind of William Edward Willoughby Petter. He was responding to a Royal Air Force need for an Army cooperation aeroplane to replace the Hawker Audax biplanes. And he came up with this wonder. He also designed the Whirlwind twin Peregrine engine fighter of World War II, which looked great but didn't have the best of careers. The high-flying Westland Welkin, Interceptor, which never entered service, and then He changed his style completely, joined English Electric at Wharton and Samlesbury in Lancashire, and created the incredible English Electric Canberra twin-jet bomber. Followed that up with Foland, with the Nat bantamweight fighter and trainer. But let's return to the wonders of the Lysander. Big spatted undercarriage. Hidden within those spats are twin machine guns. And you can see the little wings that are coming off the spats. They're to hold lightweight bombs. It was reconnaissance and limited ground attack in its early days. Prototype appeared in June 1936. This one is in the colours of 225 Squadron, which operated Lysanders 1939 to 1942. Built in 1939, this is yet another aircraft restoration company, painstaking restoration. It first flew at Duxford in 2018. It's graced the skies ever since. One other flies in the UK, that's with the Shuttleworth Trust at Old Wharton in Bedfordshire. Now, the type's main claim to fame in the later years of the war was serving with the special duty units at Tempsford in Bedfordshire and their forward operating base at Tangmere in Sussex. Painted black, they would fly members of the OSS deep into enemy-occupied France, dropping off agents that were known as Joes, no matter what their sex, flying at night, dropping into tiny fields that were lit with jerry cans in an L shape, knowing full well that the people that might be awaiting them were German troops and not French resistance workers. I thoroughly recommend We Landed by Moonlight by Hugh Verity, who flew many missions into enemy-occupied territory in these wonderful aeroplanes. In a way, you could make a comparison between the Lysander and the Fieseler Storch, because they're both slow flyers, short takeoff and landing, and used for special duties. What a distinctive shape. Incredible machine, beautifully flown. Coming round for its final pass, you know what I'm going to ask you to do. Clap, wave, show your appreciation. John Gowdy in the Westland Lysander Mark III. Fabulous. Right, as he transits to Duxford, on the eastern end, history, airshow history and aviation history is being made. We've beaten every airshow on Earth, especially the big ones. Farnborough, Furford, Oshkosh, eat your hearts out. We are first with this. You can go home tonight and say you saw something nobody has seen anywhere else. You went to Old Buckenham and you helped make history. We've got a couple of thanks to go out straight away. Nebo, who you'll hear more of later on, we're bigging it up for Kerry, Sergei and Celeste. Couldn't do it without you. What is this? It's an aeroplane called the Pipistrel Velis Electro. It's powered, you could say, by sunshine. All electric. The future of light aviation, and eventually most commercial aviation, is electricity-based or hydrogen-based. The Pipistrel Velis Electro chooses the electric route. If you don't mind me saying, what you're about to see is truly electrifying. Up we go. History. Now you saw him flying with the Turbulent team. This is Alex Rainier at the controls. He did his first display here at Old Buckenham in July 2021. Aviation passion since he was a boy. Joined the Tiger Club in 2017 and extended his experience into tailwheels, and by 2018 he checked out on all the club's aeroplanes. Started with ground crew on the Turb team. 2019 flew 3,600 nautical miles when he ferried a PT-17 Stearman to Saudi Arabia. Now, Old Buckenham has the first publicly available charger in the UK and the 4th in the world, and it's its first birthday. Down at the eastern end, you'll have seen the solar array. It's exclusively solar powered. It is not connected to anything. It's not sneaking and having electric wiring underneath the ground. It's a very clever system. It recently charged a Velis Electro using direct sunlight to the panels. It does build up to a battery bank as well, but this was straight from the solar panels back into the aeroplane, which you see so beautifully above us, powered by sunlight. Now, NEBO are promoting and growing the use of this aeroplane across the United Kingdom, what they call sustainable zero-emission aviation. They have an increasing number of recharge points, like electric cars plug in from the electric. The NunCat system, hopefully spreading its way across Britain, but also where it's intended in Africa for aid flights. It's importing Velis Electros, is undertaking training and expanding the use of this exceptional aeroplane. And you can get them on neboair.co.uk. The aeroplane is manufactured in Slovenia, and it's the first EASA, European Aviation Safety Administration, entirely electric propulsion type certificated light aircraft in the world. Earlier this year, the Royal Air Force started using 2 of these machines on trials and evaluation at Royal Air Force Cranwell in Lincolnshire. And up at Warton in Lancashire, BAE Systems are collaborating on defence and the security market, and including the electric version you see before you. Now, there's a classic question we had when I went walkabout with the audience earlier, saying, if you could electrify a light aeroplane like this one, can you electrify a Spitfire? Well, with great respect, the charm, the charisma, and the heritage of the Spitfire, even if you could put an electric engine into it, equally belongs with the Rolls-Royce Merlin, and not just the airframe. I was going to say listen to that aeroplane, but you can't. It's a whisper. Just remind you folks, this is history. Farnborough hasn't done this, Fairford hasn't done this, off in Wisconsin in the United States, neither is Oshkosh. You are watching a fully electric aeroplane at an air show for the first time ever. And we thank Nebo Air for that considerably, and NunCats and their solar-powered charging system. For training flights and short distance flights, this is the future. Circuits with the limited range, admittedly limited range of the aeroplane, easy. And drop it down, charge it, go again. Short range flights across the UK, as the system of chargers at airfields is expanded, become more and more, open more and more possibilities. Now open on the far side of the airfield is the Nuncats Research, Development and Manufacturing Centre. Not only are they working on the solar-powered hangar charger, they are working on the Skyjeep, the world's first solar recharged aircraft to use the charging point, based on a Zenith CH-701. I don't think I've ever commentated at an airfield where I've announced this is a world first. Here it is at Old Buckenham. Everyone involved should take a bow. Here's the future. Alex Rainier. In the Pipistrel Velos Electro. Quietly, purposely making history. The Pipistrel Velis Electro. Thank you, Nebo. Thank you especially Kerry, Serge and Celeste. Take a bow. Magnificent. We all just made history. Clive Denny in the Hurricane 12 taxiing out. You'll be seeing more of him later. As we explained, the gorgeous Mark 1 called Hugh that's in front of commentary has an oleo problem and sadly will not be displaying today, but we are very, very thankful to be gazing upon it. as Clive Denny in the Hurricane climbs away to hold, ready for his display. We are entering into our next sequence, dedicated to the Battle of Britain, the summer of 1940. I can't remember what time the Spits were supposed to, the Spit and the Bouchon. 27. We're near anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look high in the sky to the west, you'll see our next two performers. They're going to reenact the Battle of Britain for you. It took most of the summer in 1940, but we're going to do it in about 8 minutes. And one of the reasons we're doing it that quickly is our two pilots. If I was to say to you Paul Bonhomme and Steve Jones, you'd immediately think of fast-paced, close-coupled aerobatics and lots of high-energy performance. And that's what you're going to get with these two as they reenact a dogfight for us. And beyond that, Clive Denny is flying the fabulous workhorse of the Battle of Britain, the Hawker Hurricane. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, Paul Bonhomme, Steve Jones, Spitfire Mark 8, and a Messerschmitt 109. Now let's get this out of the way very quickly before everybody says it's not a Messerschmitt 109, it's a Hispano Bucon. And if you think both of them sound the same, that's because from 1954, Spanish-built licensed versions of the Messerschmitt 109 had a Rolls-Royce Merlin 500 propelling them along. Maybe a post-war fighter, it's still a Messerschmitt 109 in its genes. Now, classically, our Spitfire has got the enemy on its tail. That's a Spitfire Mark 8, built in 1944. The 8 was the first version to try and counter the threat of the Focke-Wulf 190. These two are enjoying themselves. Classic aeroplanes flown in their element. And that Mark 8 makes 4 Spitfires having flown here today. Our Messerschmitt played a role in Guy Hamilton's exceptional Battle of Britain film released in 1969. Paul in the Spitfire still trying to shake the 109 off his tail. To no avail. Now the tables have turned. Both our pilots enjoying this. Now, has he got him in his sights? After a spirited tussle in the sky, got him. Mind you, at that range, he couldn't fail. Wounded, the Messerschmitt looks for somewhere to put down. Meanwhile, our Spitfire celebrates its victory. In the time-honoured way. Ladies and gentlemen, that was so sweet. Paul Bonham and Steve Jones. Brilliant. And our pair of pilot makers, Harvard's T6 Texans, call them what you will, rolling down the runway, ready to take their place in our fabulous display shortly. Now we've seen the Messerschmitt, we've seen the Spitfire. Clive Denny is bringing in the Hurricane 12, a Canadian-built version. By a ratio of 3-to-1, there were more Hurricanes in the Battle of Britain than there were Spitfires. And they downed more Luftwaffe aeroplanes. Although the Spitfire had many technical advances, the Hurricane, following Sidney Cam's step-by-step design concept, could absorb more punishment, was faster to build, and as I said, turned the tables on the Battle of Britain. Running in from the east, from your right, Clive Denny and the gorgeous Hawker Hurricane. That big wing could take 8.303-inch machine guns, offering a barrage of lead at the enemy. Prototype Hurricane was well in advance of it. Spitfire chronologically at first flew at Brooklands in November 1935. Production carried on at Langley and in Canada. The last machine was rolled out in September 1944. PZ-865, still with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the last of 14,670 machines. The Hurricane, a much underrated warhorse. This machine carries the colours of 32 Squadron. You may have seen an unveiling of a series of sculptures of pilots on the grass at Tangmere the other day, with a replica 32 Squadron Hurricane 1 behind. This machine is Mark 12, built by Canadian Car and Foundry. In Canada, where else, it was actually converted to a Sea Hurricane for shipborne operations. It was restored by Hawker Restorations, first flew in the millennium year, was exported to the USA, thankfully returned here in 2013. As Clive is showing you, he's a past master at the Hurricane. And as Clive calls downwind, he's coming back in. That was an exceptional show. Clive, you know how to demonstrate the Hurricane. You put it back in our minds as an incredible machine. And we have more and more to come. That's Clive Denny back in beautiful, beautiful Hurricane 12. So, you can already hear the noise. A pair of 550 horsepower Pratt & Whitney Wasp radials as our two pilot makers get ready to roll in. Now, Debs, we got Nigel Wilson, and you were great bringing out all the dirt on Nigel earlier, and I'm sure there's more to come. But we have an incredible piece of history to announce from a very, very modest man, and that's Rod Dean. And Rod's flying the aeroplane in Portuguese Air Force colours. Rod told me this morning that in May 1972, now my maths isn't very good, but I think that's half a century ago, he did his first flying display in a Royal Air Force Hawker Hunter over Warwick School. Rod, this is your 50th anniversary of flying displays. Listen to the fabulous rasp of those engines. Now, we have three names for these aeroplanes. The United States Army Air Force call them the T-6 Texan. The United States Navy, for its own purposes, and we'll never fathom this, called it the SNJ. Royal Air Force and Commonwealth Air Forces call it the Harvard. almost universally, wherever they were regarded and called the pilot maker as homage. This was the step from a trainer to a Spitfire to a P-51 Mustang or a bomber. Again, two consummate pilots knowing exactly how to display their machines. Debs, on about Nigel. I know out there you've found the gem.
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, as we said earlier, Nigel learned to fly back in 1985. Now, this aircraft here, the Harvard, he displayed it. We were trying to work it out. We think it was 2019 was the first year that he's displayed that. So he's been doing that for a few years now. This is a very pretty Harvard. It's painted up in navy colours, but it is a Harvard. Okay, Ken, I know the history and it's definitely an RAF Harvard, but they've just painted it up in the navy colours. This one's based down at Earlscombe in Essex, and you can actually go flying in this one. That's part of Anglia Warbirds. So if you've been inspired this afternoon by what you've seen by the pilots, and you fancy having a go, or you know somebody with a big birthday or anniversary coming up, then pop down to Earlscombe, and you can have a go in the Harvard with Nigel, if you're brave enough.
That's a way to end it. If you no. Let's. It does. Now, Rod's aeroplane is from the Aircraft Restoration Company. It's in Portuguese Air Force markings because that's what the air arm it served with from 1966 until it was civilianized in 1978. Like the Hurricane before, Rod's aeroplane was built in Canada by a company with a self-evident name. It's a 1953 rebuild. Served initially with the Luftwaffe, 1958. Nice that it's still in its Portuguese markings, but different.
Okay, these two here, Rod and Nigel, are giving us a great example of formation flying. For a normal pilot, flying close to another aeroplane is something you do not want to do, and your natural instinct is to pull away from that. But in formation flying, you obviously have to fly very close together. Now, Rod in front, he's the leader, and he hasn't only got to think for himself, he's got to think for his wingman. Okay, so they're now going to pull up to a loop that I've been told. Nigel's in the tail chase position, so he's following exactly everything that Rod does. So here we go, pulling up there for the loop, and you can see Nigel's following behind. They'll be watching their speed over the top, looking behind them to see the ground, come back up, and down they go. So yeah, Rod's the leader, and he's not just thinking for himself, he's thinking for his wingman. If they were flying line abreast, he's got to think how wide he is, and he's got to keep himself and his wingman within the display lines. In this position here, we've got tail chase, and Nigel's basically got to do everything that Rod's doing. So he's not looking outside, he's not, well he is, but he's looking at Rod, he's not looking at the display lines. He's following where his leader takes him, and his job is to keep station. So for you guys down here watching these two aeroplanes, you might think, yeah, they're just flying around in the sky together. It's actually quite a skill that they're both displaying.
Ready for a barrel roll? You're so right, Debs. Good pilot makes it look effortless, but it's always hard work. Rod did 21 years in the Royal Air Force, from Hawker Hunters to Sepiket Jaguars to Hawker Siddeley Hawks, and we call him the patron saint of pilots. Since 1984, he's been a Warbird pilot par excellence, as you can see. And for a while, he was the Civil Aviation Authority's head of general aviation. He's got a great book called 50 Years of Flying Fun, which I recommend. And despite what it said elsewhere, it is scurrilous to call him a Father Christmas stand-in. Absolutely scurrilous. You would not find me repeating it. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to wave, clap, show your appreciation. Rod Dean, Nigel Wilson, lyrical performance on the Pilot Makers. Beautiful. That's what flying at Old Buckenham is about. The best of the best. And so we await more to come. John Romain departing in the Beaver. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a count. We had 1, 2, 3, 4 Spitfires. I think we need another one, and here it is. And this one is the Suffolk Spitfire. And yes, those were American markings on it. The Americans had taste. Colours of the 309th Fighter Squadron, the first group to commence operations in the American 8th Air Force, using Spitfire Mark 5s in 1942, before they departed to join the 12th Air Force in Malta at the end of the year. This is yet another mark for us. We've had a Mark 1, we've had a Mark 9, we've had a Mark 8, we've had a Mark 11. This is a 16. The basic difference between a 9 and a 16 is that it's powered by an American Packard-built Rolls-Royce Merlin 66 or 266. George Hay is the pilot and the owner. He's recently got his display authorization and he's very, very happy with this aeroplane. He sold his business some time back and realized that he needed something to do to occupy his time. And his wife encouraged him to go out and buy something, well, different. Came back with a smirk on his face and said he bought a Spitfire. She naturally thought that was a soft-top sports car. Oh no, it was that. He's transitioned to it and he loves it. He's learning its heritage and its flying characteristics daily with a big, broad smile on his face. After Pearl Harbor, the American forces rushed to the United Kingdom, but were short on aeroplanes that were truly effective. Spitfire 5s filled the bill, and the Americans used Spitfires throughout the war, mostly for photo reconnaissance. And George is doing beautifully. Right, get your hands ready to wave, clap. George Hay in the Suffolk Spitfire. Beautifully done, George. Even if you were intended perhaps to buy a sports car. Well done. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings our 10th anniversary airshow to a close. And of course, we do it all again tomorrow. I haven't finished with you yet. An incredible number of people worked to make this the historic world-breaking display that it is. I'd like you to put your hands together now and thank all of those people. Hands together, folks. Magic. Now, you're not off the hook yet. I want you to do another round of applause. And this is for the best audience I've ever experienced. Old Buckenham, you are wonderful. Put your hands together and salute yourselves. Tons to do, lots to see. Stagger your journey. Don't forget, it is that we are doing it again tomorrow. Lots to see. Take your time. Be seeing you.
aeroplane were the colours of the 08, less than half,